You just like to see the attraction, or you like to see how attractive she is on the board right now at 3-2, and also the fact that Louis Saez is aboard her here as well. She looks like she's been putting in some solid workouts in the morning, and Ben Colbrick, he really has been pointing his horses for this meet. It's incredible what he's managed to do. I believe he's 3 for 3 so far at the meeting. As of late. The number 4 cardio version is going to be the second choice for me for trainer Ben Colbrook. He sends out 2 very capable horses in here, and this is another one. You have to question kind of the class. She was coming in off of a subpar performance last time out at Turfway, but that was a tough field. We saw 20 Carat in there, Wesley Ward filly. She came back, won a stakes race here at Keeneland. So some of her other dirt races, I would say this might not be the most significant drop in class, but her last race did come up really, really tough. So I think she's a viable alternative to the heavy favorite right now. And then the 2, Pio Princess, is another one. 3-1, fair price for Tom Amis. She hasn't run particularly fast as of late, but the drop in class could very well wake her up, and she's been bet off the board in her first 2 starts. So, when you're looking at that and you're looking at a horse that's now in for 40 and you're getting 3-1 versus 60 cents to the dollar, 80 cents to the dollar in 2 of her 3 races, I think there's a little bit of value there to be had. But this race with the Scratch Up Epicurean, the 6, really opened it up. And right now the money has fallen on the first-time starter, the one predetermined, 8-5. We're 16 minutes out from today's opener.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $40,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 6 Epicurean. 6 Epicurean scratched. As a result of that scratch, no super high 5 wager on the first race. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Start of the early pick 5. Main track fast, turf listed good. Post time for the opener in just 8 minutes.
Taking a look at the 2-horse right now, Payo Princess, as they're about to turn around and start warming up. But it continues to make a nice appearance here in the post-parade. Just like the way that she's carrying herself, Gabby.
Yes, me too. She was one of the ones that I actually preferred in here. She just looks really strong. She looks like this is the right spot for her, dropping in class. And she's just very much on her toes today. She looks like a professional.
Number 5 horse as well, clearly smashing off the 5-month layoff, Daughter of Exaggerator. She's certainly feeling good as she gets set for her return to races.
The question with her is whether or not she's going to like sprinting on the dirt, but she is getting a class relief and she's coming in off of a layoff. She looks fit off the layoff.
And then finally, we'll take a look at Zebra Cake, who is currently sitting at 8-1. Another one that made a nice appearance as she comes out here. Daughter of Run Happy, who also gets back to dirt off of a synthetic triad turfway.
I mentioned this yesterday. Dane Kabisky's horses always look incredibly fit in the afternoon, have a lot of muscle, just look like they're ready to go, and she definitely looks like one of those individuals as well. I just wanted to quickly mention the one Predetermined, because this first-time starter is getting bet. When you look at her in comparison to the rest of the field, she's very much on the smaller side, Scott. I was surprised. I mean, she does look racy, and maybe it won't matter if she's really quick out of the gate, but sometimes filly this small compared to the rest of the field, who's being bet at 3-2, it's something to consider.
We'll see what Saez does with her, if he's going to warm her up and get her going, because she's been pretty even-keeled, and here we see her picking it up in the warm-up. So trying to get her revved up as she's 5 minutes away from her debut, and most are leaning on her at odds of 3-2. Don't forget, this race does start the early pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. Predetermined off the step slowly. There goes Zebra Cake for the lead, and Payo Princess moves up quickly down to the inside. Payo Princess now takes the lead down next to the rail. Zebra Cake goes second. Kiss Theory is third. Predetermined moves up 2 spots from last into fourth against the rail, now challenging for third, 2 lengths off the lead. Cardio Version next to last into the far turn. Clearly Smashing is at the back, just over 5 lengths from the front as they enter the turn. Opening quarter went in 23.01 seconds. Payo Princess against the rail leads it by just a neck. Zebra Cake second, draws alongside the leader now. They're matching strides midway on the far turn. Then a gap of 3.5 lengths. Predetermined being asked to run a little harder now from third, trying to catch the top 2, starts to cut into the margin. Predetermined is within a length and a half, now a length of the top pair, and Predetermined swinging wide to join them off the turn and pokes ahead in front, now leads at a half length. Predetermined has taken over and opens up in the blink of an eye by 3-4 lengths clear. Zebra Cake second, Payo Princess third. Kiss Theory runs toward the rail in fourth, but Predetermined the leader in the final furlong. Predetermined a 5-length advantage at the 16th pole, back to Zebra Cake, and then Kiss Theory to the inside of Payo Princess. No catching. Predetermined wins the opener for Luis Saez. It was Zebra Cake home second, Kiss Theory third, and Payo Princess was fourth.
She was a beat slow away from the starting gate, but Luis Saez did not panic. He had 2 horses setting things up for him out in front, and he gets off the rail and gets acceleration late with the first-time starter, Predetermined, as the majority score at 6-5.
And you really have to like the way that she kind of lowered herself down, ears back, just determined in order to win this race here today. Not everything went her way, but she showed multiple dimensions in order to rate and still kick clear in the end easily by multiple lengths. 1-7-3-2 across the board unofficially in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. Number 1, Predetermined finished first. 7, Zebra Cake was second. 3, Kiss Theory third. 2, Payo Princess fourth. 1732 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, 1, Predetermined, owned by the Donnemeyer Farm of Myra Ball, trained by Ben Colebrook, Luis Saez the jockey. Predetermined, a 3-year-old filly by Successful Appeal out of Northern Destiny by Crafty Prospector. The winner bred in Kentucky by Donnemeyer Farm. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.59 seconds. First race results official, 1732, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the early pick 4 as well. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $69,468. No changes in this second event. Looking ahead to the third race. Third race scratched the 7 Temple City Boulevard. That's the 7 Temple City Boulevard is scratched. Fourth race, take out number 13, Granite Candy. 13, Granite Candy did not draw into the race. And checking race 5, scratch part of entry 1A, American West. Scratch the 5, Flying Aletha. Scratch 13, Ms. Wicked. That's in the fifth race. Scratch part of entry 1A, American West. Scratch 5, Flying Aletha. Scratch 13, Ms. Wicked. A reminder, 2B, part of entry 2B, Lazy Summer Day draws into the race, overweight +1. Additional overweight, the 8 go to go. Jockey 1 pound over. Main track is fast. Turf is listed good. A reminder, the second race upcoming will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Your attention, please. Looking ahead to Keeneland's 7th race. A late scratch in the 7th race, scratch number 8, Campanelli. Late scratch, Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 8, Campanelli.
Race number 2, 23 minutes to post. And we're taking a look right now into the paddock at the number 7 horse, who is currently sitting at odds of 7-2 as the third choice in the wagering, as the inside two are both sitting at 3-1. This 7 horse is a filly by Not This Time named Maybe Later for Michelle Level. She debuted against a really nice filly of Bernie Flint's named Euphoric, who I'm convinced we're going to be seeing in stakes company here, most likely on Derby weekend if she's come out of her most recent success, which was sensational as well at Fairgrounds. But she was just a step slow coming away from the starting gate and was able to be better away from the gate in the route distance last time out with Adam Beschizza, and I think that we'll see more of the same from her here today, which expect some move forward. Now, the comment line reads hard to load. We'll see how she acts at the start of the race. I'm sure Michelle Level has done some work with her since that race on the 11th of March down at Fairgrounds, but any slight improvement from this filly, I think that she'll be right there in the end, and she's from that first crop of Not This Time, who were flying last year when they were all at 2, but now here at the age of 3 in 2021. 7-2 right now on the number 7 horse. Then we go to the inside of her to Norma Jean B for Brian Williamson. She was last seen at Sam Houston on the turf course. This will be the first time that she gets to route on dirt. She put together a strong effort 2 starts back at Sam Houston and then showed that routing is not going to be an issue for her in that turf race, and they opt to run her on the dirt here this afternoon. I think you've got to respect her coming in from Sam Houston. The Sam Houston racing really has picked up this season. So when you see that in the run lines, don't ignore it, don't dismiss it, because there are a lot of good operations there, top operations led by Steve Asmussen, who was the leading trainer, had horses at Sam Houston because the money has gotten so good in Texas. So Norma Jean B, 5-1 right now on the number 6 with Florent Giroux in the saddle. And then finally, I'll go to the number 2 horse, that is White Winged Dove for Graham Motion. She showed ability, Gabby, in her only start here in the United States after coming over from Ireland, but that was 9 months ago. That's the big question. Where is she at? Well, she looks well enough in the sun here, White Winged Dove for the Niarchos family's Flaxman Holdings. But I think if she's ready to go at 3-1, wouldn't be surprised to see her put together a strong effort as she put together at Laurel back in 2020.
This is an interesting group of horses here. I'm not surprised to see your favorite on the board at 3-1, co-favorites with the 2 White Winged Dove, just because there's a lot going on in here, and I don't think you stand on solid ground with any particular runner in here. The one closet shopper will be where I land, though, for trainer Greg Foley. This is a filly that's coming out of a race last time out at the Fairgrounds, going a mile and a 16th. And she unfortunately just didn't get the right type of trip. She had some trouble in there, and I thought it really cost her the race. Now, today, I think this is maybe a little bit of an easier group. Second time blinkers on, rail post should help her get into position early under Joel Rosario. And you look at her race back in the beginning of the year in January at the Fairgrounds, and you still see those horses that Scott was mentioning, Euphoric, Little Tootsie. These are good horses, so I really don't see anything like that in this upcoming race. The number 6, Norma Jean B, It's a question of how far she wants to go, but her last race was very encouraging. It was her first race stretching out to 2 turns, a mile and a 16th on the turf. But it's a question of whether or not she's going to appreciate going 2 turns on the main track. And at the mile distance on the main track here at Keeneland, it is a very quick run going into the first turn. So a quick decision will have to be made by Florent Giroux whether he wants to go or take back. And then finally, the number 7 horse. Talk about kind of a complicated post position. Adam Beschizza's really going to have to hit the ground running today. He was forwardly placed on this filly last time out at a mile and a 16th at the fairgrounds, but kind of a slowly run race, slow fractions. But I think that's her really only hope to go from that outside post. And the good thing about her is that there's not too much speed towards her inside. The 3 Flauto has a little bit of speed, but she could be just a tick faster than her early, and hopefully gets into position going into the first turn. She's on the board right now at 7-2, but a wide open board. Your favorite lukewarm, the 1 Closet Shopper at 3-1 with Joel Rosario, 18 minutes out from the second.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Whitney Julep Cup. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. There are no scratches, no jockey changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering featured along with the start of the early pick 4. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $69,468. Post time at 8 minutes.
Very wide open race coming up here in race number 2 to start the early pick 4. The biggest number on the tote board right now is 9-1. Just giving you a gauge of how wide open this event is, and that's out of the very red hot Ben Colebrook barn who just took the opener. So you got to respect everything that he's sending forward. But we'll start with the 5 horse based on how these fillies looked coming out onto the track. Gabby, Honor Hop, nice look to her, daughter of Honor Code, as she returns to the dirt for the first time since she sprinted on debut all the way back in 2019 here at Keeneland.
Yeah, just really liking what I'm seeing from her in the post braid. You can see so much bounce to her stride there as she's jogging alongside the pony under Julien Leparoux. And she is a filly that improved last time out on the drop-in class. The dirt is an unknown, but Scott, I kind of like her pedigree better for the main track. And physically, it doesn't look like she shouldn't handle the main track. And we're talking about a horse that's 6-1.
And then the 7 horse, who's 7-2, maybe later for Michelle Level. She looked just really nice coming out onto the track and continues to do so as she jogs in warm up. She's currently 7-2 as pointed out, but like you said, Gabby, she's got to overcome this outside draw with the short run into the first turn.
I'm glad to see that she improved in her second start, going a mile and a 16th. She does not look like a sprinter, and maybe the cut back to a mile should help her. But that's right, Scott. She's just going to have to work out a trip from that outside draw. I hope Adam Beschizza is aggressive with her coming out of the gate, and if she can be on the lead or forwardly placed and save some ground into the first turn, and if she can run to her looks, then I think she could definitely be a contender in this upcoming second race. But an interesting race, a good group coming up next, race 2.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Whitney Julep Cup, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Flauto. Corey Lannery wants Flauto to go right out and grab that lead, and Flauto responds and gets to the front heading into the first turn. Kizzy B comes away in second on the outside. Closet Shopper third down toward the inside as they move midway on the turn. Honor Hop is fourth toward the outside, 3 lengths off the early leader. And then maybe later, Norma Jean B, White-Winged Dove against the rail at the back, running nearly 8 lengths off the early lead as the leader hits the backstretch, and that is Flauto. Flauto on top 3/4 of a length. Kizzy B second by 2 lengths. Honor Hop goes third a length and a half. Maybe later, fourth by a head outside of Closet Shopper in fifth. Gap of 2 more. Norma Jean B next to last. White-Winged Dove is the trailer. 23.13 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Flauto continues to lead. But Kizzy B applies mild pressure from the outside. Less than a length separate the top 2. Honor Hop is third on the far outside. Closet Shopper moves up fourth down toward the rail, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and is joined there by maybe later to the outside, 47.57 seconds for the opening half mile. Norma Jean B, White-Winged Dove at the back. Midway on the far turn, Flauto, Kizzy B, 1-2, and next separates them. And Honor Hop is third up on the outside, a length and a half off the front pair. Closet Shopper looking toward the inside in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Maybe later has to angle wide 5 from the front. Top of the short stretch here. Kizzy B has the lead. Maybe later goes to second. 3 lengths between those top 2. White-Winged Dove tries to get on track to the grandstand side and is coming from fourth to third to second. Closet Shopper runs toward the rail. White-Winged Dove, though, is striding forward from the outside as they come down to the line. White-Winged Dove with that rally gets up to win it by a length and a half for Junior Alvarado.
Graham Motion had her ready today off the 9-month layoff. She runs better than she did off of a good race 9 months ago at Laurel to close here into a pretty decent pace, but nice ride by Junior Alvarado to come away with this victory.
Yeah, it did appear that the pace collapsed in front of her, and she had that nice run out in the center of the racetrack from off of the pace. But this was a good bit of training done by trainer Graham Motion to have this filly prepared off of the layoff since last June. She wins easily in the end.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. The 2 White-Winged Dove was first. 4 Kizzy B was second. 1 Closet Shopper third. The 5 Honor Hop was fourth. The 7 maybe later was fifth. 2, 4, 1, 5, 7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Whitney Julep Cup, 2 White-Winged Dove, owned by Flaxman Holdings Limited of Christoph Klim, trained by Graham Motion. Junior Alvarado is the jockey. White-Winged Dove, a 4-year-old filly by Cara Conti out of Aruna by Mr. Greeley, bred in Kentucky by Flaxman Holdings Limited. 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 38.04 seconds. The results of race 2 official, 2:41.57, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On behalf of Maker's Mark, Rob Samuels, Chief Operating Officer, is presenting a check for $10,000 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Rob in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Maker's Mark and Keeneland would like to thank the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund for their efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and also the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5. Carryover for that wager, $71,878 for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5. In this third race, scratch the 7 Temple City Boulevard. 7 Temple City Boulevard is a scratch. Fourth race, take out 13 Granite Candy. 13 Granite Candy did not draw into the race. Checking race 5, a reminder, scratch part of entry, 1A American West. Also scratch the 5 Flying Aletha, and scratch 13 Ms. Wicked. Part of entry 2B Lazy Summer Day draws into the race, overweight +1. Additional overweight number 8, go to go. Jockey 1 pound over.
17 minutes away from race number 3, a turf event for maidens 3 and up. They'll be going 1 mile and an eighth on the good listed turf course, and we're looking at Absam, the number 8 horse, my top selection here in race number 3 for Three Diamonds Farm and trainer Mike Maker. This is a horse that gets some added distance, and I think it's going to move him forward. The race 2 starts back, was wide last time out, had a tough start going 1 mile, losing position there, but still closed. Gets Joel Rosario in the saddle here this afternoon. The added distance more than anything will improve this gelding, in my opinion, and Mike Maker is so good at getting these horses to progress up into these longer distances. I think it's just part of this step that he's going to be taking, and perhaps even further beyond that as he moves forward. But there he is, calm in the paddock as he gets set for his 8th career start at his Absam, who is currently sitting at 3-1. The number 4 horse is my second choice, El Kabong for Ashbrook Farm and Rusty Arnold. It's a horse that ran off, as the comment line reads, in the pre-race proceedings at Gulfstream Park in his debut, and he actually ended up running pretty well. They ended up finishing 5th, beaten just 4.5 lengths. He's 5-2 right now. You've got Luis Saez, who's going as good as anybody in racing right now at Keeneland, and Luis Saez rode him last time out, and we always expect the Rusty Arnold horses to take a step forward in their second career start, as we do with most horses, or just about every horse, but especially in a barn like this. But El Kabong, as long as he is as level as he is right now on the front side, I'm sure that they won't encounter the same sort of issues that they had with him at Gulfstream Park in the pre-race. And then the 6, another one out of the Mike Maker barn, is my third choice, 911 Turbo, a more than ready gelding. He gets Lasix for the first time. He's been the favorite in his last 4 starts up at Turfway Park. He's back on grass. Gabby, I'm not sure if today's the day where he gets over the hump off of these consecutive in-the-money finishes where he's always well bet, because this is a tough group. But you've got to respect him in the top 3, especially with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle.
Yes, that's actually my top pick, so we'll stick with him as they go into the number 6, 911 Turbo for Mike Maker. I like the fact that he comes back to the turf, because I thought those races just came up a little bit tougher, and he just looked like he was running better against tougher competition when he was on the turf. So coming back to the good listed turf course, I think, is the right move for this horse, especially at the 1 mile and an eighth. And then if you look at his last race, he did go the mile. I think he needs to go a little bit longer than just the mile. And people might be a little hard on him because he lost at 60 cents to the dollar. But unfortunately, it was a case where editor-in-chief, the winner of the race, he went out on the front end. He slowed the pace down. He went 25-2, 48-4, and nobody could catch him. Unfortunately, 911 Turbo was just chasing him around the racetrack. So I think he should be able to, be forwardly placed, but I don't really see, I don't think that there's going to be a horse controlling by themselves on the front end today. I think the pace is going to come from both the 8 Absam and the number 9. As I transition to the number 4, El Caban, yes, he did run off in his pre-race, and kind of surprising because you look at him here today and he just seems like a cool customer. It looks like nothing's really bothering him or phasing him, and he is a beautiful looking horse here for trainer Rusty Arnold. So expect an improved performance from him, and all considering it really wasn't that bad in his debut. I think he's a horse that might take a start or two to figure things out and learn, but I won't be surprised if he gets out of the gate a little bit quicker today and ultimately has a better show of it. And then finally, the 8 Absam with Joao Rosario aboard for Mike Maker. I think, I know it's not really Joao Rosario's MO to send and go to the lead. He would prefer to take horses back and sit a patient trip. But this horse, I think, is better on the lead, at least in some of his dirt races. And unfortunately, we really didn't get a chance to see him before the place last time out, as he did not have a good beginning. He was sandwiched out of his position in the early stages of the race. Now, the problem with him going to the lead is that I think the 9 is equally as fast as he is. So he might have to kind of brush off the early pressure from the 9 and then hold off some of these late closers. But he is getting bet right now at 3-1. This is a wide open board, as we've got a 3-1 shot, 5-2, and everything else is, and it's 5-1 on the 6, but everything else is pretty high up there. So this is a race in which you could probably make a decent amount of money. We're 12 minutes out from the third.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Man of War maiden special weight 3-year-olds and up. The Man of War Julep Cup, mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good, railed down today. Scratch the 7, Temple City Boulevard 7. Temple City Boulevard is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $71,878. Post time in just 7 minutes.
There's a look at the number 5 horse, POTUS, for Woodford Racing Stable and Shug McGahee. A really nice-looking colt by Lemon Drop Kid. He'll add blinkers here today. He just simply didn't show up at all in his debut. You got Johnny Velasquez, who takes the call here this afternoon. He looks really nice here on the front side and is a good price, 11-1 right now. You can see the class in which he's handling himself as he gets set for his second career start. The number 3 horse is another one that looked nice as well. It was a big price, 13-1. Seminole Beach, a chestnut colt by Go Sapper for trainer Ian Wilkes, tries the turf for the first time. This is just the first runner from the first stam at Gotch. So we'll see if the pedigree here can come through on the turf course out of a Smart Strike mare, but looks really nice as he warms up here today for Lucky 7 Stable. And then finally the 11 horse, too, in post-braid. I thought that he made quite an appearance. Son of Kitten's Joy, the champion turf sire, who should need no introduction for his turf success with his runners. But 3-year-old gelding getting a little bit of attention, actually, sitting at 11-1 for Wayne Mackey. Julie Burke has ridden this gelding in his first 2 starts. He looks well. He's bred for the turf, and he's certainly bred for longer distances versus the 6 furlongs that he's been sprinting at Turfway Park. So another one that you got to consider at a big price in a very wide open race. Those horses that we pointed towards based on looks 3, 5, and 11, if you want to mark those down, as we're 3 minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Man Award Julep Cup. Turf listed good. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes El Kabong out for the lead. Seminole Beach away second. Here's 911 Turbo moving up into the second position now as they move under the line for the first time. It is El Kabong in front. El Kabong shows the way early for Luis Saez. Shlevakti moves up on the outside into second, around the outside of 911 Turbo, who shuffled back into third. Jimmy Dan fourth. Hardison a wide fifth. Seminole Beach will save ground to the inside in sixth. POTUS between that pair is in seventh position. Snow's Island is eighth against the rail. And there's Absam along that one from ninth on the outside, moving up to take eighth now. Further back, Sergeant Strawberry Trails opening quarter went in 23.69 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Shlevakti from the outside has the lead by a half length. El Kabong is second by just a length. And then comes 911 Turbo, who is right there toward the rail, tries to find a little running room between horses, nothing doing yet. Jimmy Dan keeps him pinned down to the inside. Hardison joins that pair far outside from the fifth position. POTUS is in sixth. Absam is seventh, nearly 8 lengths off the lead over to the far turn now. And then Seminole Beach, Sergeant Strawberry, Snow's Island at the back. It was 48.19 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Shlevakti from the outside, El Kabong to the inside. They're matching strides for the lead around the far turn. Jimmy Dan third on the outside by just a head. And 911 Turbo is toward the inside fourth. Here's Absam angling wide at the quarter pole in fifth, still 6 lengths from the lead though. El Kabong has the lead a half length off the far turn. Here comes Absam down the far outside. And 911 Turbo between horses as well. Absam better get to work. 911 Turbo has taken the lead. Here's Absam right alongside. Absam putting a head in front. 911 Turbo has not gone away, though. These two with heads bobbing down to the line. Absam getting up in the final strides to win it by a neck for Joel Rosario over 911 Turbo.
Absam coming through from off the pace, the added distance to his liking as maker, as we said before the race on the paddock side, just so good at getting these horses to progress up and trip. And from 911 Turbo, more of the same. He runs big races, but just can't seem to get to the wire in front.
It's going to be a Mike Maker exacta. Both of his entrants ran really well today. I was expecting Absam to actually be forwardly placed, but Joel Rosario did what he does best, took this horse off the pace with a well-timed move late to get up just in time at 2-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 8 Absam first, 6 911 Turbo was second, 4 El Kabong third, 2 Snows Island fourth, 11 Jimmy Dan fifth, 8 6 4 2 11 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Man O' War Julep Cup, 8 Absam, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Absam, a 4-year-old gelded son of Hardspun, out of Mudreka by Seeking the Gold. The winner bred in Kentucky by Shadwell Farm, LLC. Mile and an eighth over the turf listed good, 1 minute 49.71 seconds. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. In partnership with Coca-Cola, 2 lucky students are taking home $2,500 in scholarship money. Congratulations to our winners, Julianne Williams and Nick DeMore. They are accompanied by Coca-Cola representative Michelle Nucatelli. Third race, results official. 8 6 4 2 11, the official results of Keeneland's third race. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Main track is fast. Turf is good today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured in the fourth. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $77,022. In the fourth race, take out the 13. Granite Candy, number 13, did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to race 5, scratch part of entry, 1A, American West. Scratch the 5, Flying Aletha. And scratch 13, Ms. Wicked. Again, scratch part of entry, 1A, American West. Scratch 5, Flying Aletha. Scratch 13, Ms. Wicked. A reminder, part of entry 2B, Lazy Summer Day, draws into the race, overweight +1. Additional overweight, number 8, Goat to Go. The jockey, 1 pound over. And looking ahead to the sixth race, scratch number 3, Prescience. Sixth race, Scratch number 3, Prescience.
Got a field of 12 and a heavy favorite. That's the number 4 horse who is currently sitting at 6-5. That's Ollie's Gold for Wesley Ward. We'll touch on him in just a few moments, but I'm going to go to the number 12 horse as my top play in here. That's Let's Take It Izzy for Jose Delgado. And the motivation here for me to make this filly my top selection is the fact that Jose Delgado is shipping her up here to debut. She's been based down at Tampa Bay Downs. Delgado has strings down in Florida, and she did have a workout here at Keeneland back on the 6th of April, working a half mile and 48.3 away from the gate, which was solid. And also they get Luis Saez. So looking at connections like this that don't regularly maintain strings of horses in one particular location, think of the investment, what it takes to get a horse from Tampa Bay Downs up here to Lexington, Kentucky. And I think it's just a positive sign for them to want to debut this filly for Carroll Star Stables. And also, can't harp on it enough, Luis Saez's presence is maybe enough for just anybody to go in that direction with the way that he's going here today. So Let's Take It Izzy, my top play, 6-1 right now. Then I'll go to the favorite, the number 4 horse, Ollie's Gold for Wesley Ward. Wesley's so good with these debuters. It doesn't matter if it's a maiden special weight, it's a maiden claimer. We saw it last night in the nightcap with Martin Pedroza with a first-time starter in a maiden $40,000 claimer. So you've got to respect this, Colt. You got a top rider here, filly rather, a top rider with Irad. Recent workouts over the turf at Palmettos and then on the main track here at Keeneland, 47-2 out of the gate. A good draw. If she's quick away from the gate, she'll be awfully tough in here. 6-5 is what you've got to accept for the time being on Ollie's Gold, my second choice. And then finally, the 8-horse Sweet Queen Bee for Phil Simms. She's had 2 starts, Gabby, on the synthetic at Turfway Park. Her debut was better, not so much in her last, but she was beaten by 20 Carat, who we saw pick up the Beaumont Stakes here on opening weekend at Keeneland for Wesley Ward. So tough group that she faced there. But I'm looking at her workouts at Keeneland, which really are much better than what we've seen from her at any point in time, going back to when, as far back as we can go with her, back to November is what I've got as far as workouts. So perhaps she's just doing good. And the drop-in class most certainly should wake her up. That's the 8 at 6-1.
All right, Scott, I landed on the favorite as well, the number 4, Ollie's Gold. I just liked the pedigree of this filly. I like the fact that Wesley Ward spots her here with Irad Ortiz Jr., all signs that point to this filly being live today. She's by Golden Sense, obviously a son of Into Mischief, and a lot of the time we see his progeny be pretty precocious. On top of that, on the bottom side, she's got that Scat Daddy influence being out of Daddy Loves Gold, who this filly, her half-sibling, was very quick, and so too was the mare, Daddy Loves Gold. So I love to see that natural quickness on the bottom side of the pedigree paired with Golden Sense, who can win with a first-time starter, and she's in for 30. She also has been working well in the morning, and she just makes sense to me in here, as does to the general public, as she's the favorite. The number 1, Bernadette the Jet, is dropping in class, and it's not unusual to see Grand Motion kind of run horses at Laurel. And this filly, she has taken a big drop in class from Maiden Special Weight Company, both at Laurel and at Churchill. I loved her race 3 starts ago. Now, that happened to be a long time ago. It seems like they've had a tough time getting this filly to be consistent in the afternoon. But back in that race, I just saw a lot of heart from her. And then since then, she's actually gone against some decent competition in those maiden special weight races at Laurel, including Don't Let Sweet Fool Ya, who is a quality stakes horse in Maryland. So Bernadette the Jet, I think this is a significant drop in class for her. And then finally, the number 10, Spy a Star. We've been mentioning how great of a meet Ben Colbrook has had as of late. And this filly comes back to the main track today. Outside draw, she should be able to close from off the pace, but this will be her first start outfitted with the blinkers coming back to the dirt today. I do think that she could pick up the pieces late for a little piece of it at 10-1. For me, it's going to be 4-1-10 and the upcoming 4th race.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, maiden claiming race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, claiming price $30,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $77,000. A reminder, take out number 13, Granite Candy. 13 did not draw into the race. Post time at just 7 minutes.
Time for some frontside observations here for race number 4 at Keeneland Racecourse. And the first thing is Ollie's Gold and her size. She certainly has some leg to her, and I would imagine that her stride is going to be much bigger than any of these fillies in here. She looks fantastic. I wasn't fully convinced until seeing her and comparing her to the rest of this field, but I think that she deserves to be the 7-5 favorite. If she can get away from the gate clean, I think that she's going to be tough to beat in here, just watching her in her warm-up and in the post-parade. The number 7 horse, Super Lucy, set for her second start. She hasn't raced in 7 months. She was a bit of a handful when she first came with the pony, but now it looks like she's settled in as she warms up with Declan Cannon. Well beat on debut at Ellis in a much tougher group, and as I say, settling in. She's not acting up, it's just messing around with the pony at this stage. 18-1 is the price that you're getting if you want to take a swing with the Super Saver filly. The number 8 horse is Sweet Queen Bee for Phil Simms. I thought she looked fantastic. She's not quite as big as the favorite, but she's well turned out by Phil Simms. We'll see if she can take a step forward here on the dirt course in her first try on the dirt here at Keeneland, of surface that she's very familiar with preparing for her races here over to race at Turfway Park. And then finally, on the outside, the 12 horse Let's Take It Izzy. Nothing to say negative about this filly. This is the filly that comes in from Tampa Bay Downs for trainer Jose Delgado. Luis Saez in the saddle. Hopefully she can be quick away from that outside post and get over and try to save some ground and maybe hook up with the number 4 horse, who is the 7-5 choice. You're 4 minutes away. We're 4 minutes away from race number 4 at Keeneland. Good luck.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's fourth race, scratch number 2, Orient Knight. On the advice of the veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 2, Orient Knight. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. A reminder, late scratch, number 2, Orient Knight, late scratch. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Sweet Queen Bee between horses. Ollie's Gold is a step quicker, though. One's on the far outside, and Slanch up close now, taking over the third position. Bernadette the Jet comes away in fifth down toward the rail. Let's Take It Izzy moves up 2 spots from sixth on the far outside. Further back, Some Nights between horses travels in the 7th position. And then Stanchion, who is 8th down toward the inside, ready and waiting, is in 9th. Spy a Star, 10th outside of that one. And Super Lucy, last of the 11. Opening quarter went in 23:25. 0.02 seconds. Ollie's Gold and Sweet Queen Bee go 1-2 around the far turn. A half length between them. Another length and a half to Bernadette the Jet, who's third behind that pair down toward the inside. Let's Take It Izzy, fourth on the outside, 2 lengths off the lead at the top of the stretch. And then comes Ones out in the center of the track, who's still 5 lengths from the lead. Bernadette the Jet's trying to find an opening toward the inside, but Sweet Queen Bee has taken the lead. Bernadette the Jet in close quarters there, past the 8th pole, just to the inside of Ollie's Gold. Now Bernadette the Jet goes to second, but she's 2 lengths behind Sweet Queen Bee. And Sweet Queen Bee has the lead by 2.5, 3 lengths past the 16th pole. Bernadette the Jet runs second, and that's how they will finish. Sweet Queen Bee to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Bernadette the Jet was across the line in the second spot, Spy a Star third, and Ollie's Gold fourth.
She gets to race at home. As we mentioned before the race, she'd done all of her work in her preparations for previous races up in Florence, Kentucky at Turfway on the synthetic, but she's here at Keeneland on the dirt, and boy, did she fly over it to win for Phil Simms.
And I'm thinking that race, that 20-carat run at one at Turfway, is going to be a very productive race. We've seen some horses go on an exit, in good form outside of it, and this horse included. Sweet Queen Bee with a perfect trip. Unfortunately, the one Bernadette the Jet was stuck down on the inside and had a steady there in mid-stretch. She did not get the right type of trip, but still very game to hold on for second. 8-1-10 across the board for the fourth.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: 8, Sweet Queen Bee was first. 1, Bernadette the Jet was second. 10, Spy a Star third. 4, Ollie's Gold fourth. And 12, Let's Take It Izzy was fifth. 8-1-10, 4-12 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, number 8, Sweet Queen Bee, owned by Dan Considine, Phil Simms, and Steve Snowden, trained by Phil Simms. Tyler Gaffalione is the jockey. Sweet Queen Bee, a 3-year-old filly by Majestic Perfection out of Sweet Starlet by 5 Star Day. Winner bred in Kentucky by Steve Snowden and Dan Considine. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.16 seconds. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. In partnership with Lane's End, 2 lucky students are taking home $5,000 in scholarship money. Congratulations to our winners, Catherine Tu and Ryan Carrington. They are accompanied by Lane's End Representative Andy Farish, Farm Tour and Hospitality Manager. Fourth race results official, 8-1-10-4-12, the official results for Keeneland's fourth. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf listed good, fast track, and good turf today. Rail is down for the turf racing. Fifth race does begin the pick 6, no carryover. There is a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $81,050. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured on race 5. In this upcoming fifth race, a reminder, scratch part of entry 1A American West, scratch 5 Flying Aletha, and scratch 13 Ms. Wicked. A reminder, part of entry 2B, Lazy Summer Day, draws into the race, overweight +1. Additional overweight, number 8, Goat to Go, the jockey 1 pound over. Sixth race, scratch number 3, Prescience. That's in the sixth race, scratch number 3, Prescience. A reminder, no superfecta on that sixth event. Seventh race, scratch the 2, Threat Level Midnight. Scratch 3, Karimba. Scratch 5, Igloo. Scratch 8, Campanelli. Scratch 11, Nimbo Stratus. That's in the seventh race, the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint. Scratch the 2, Threat Level Midnight. Scratch 3, Karimba. Scratch 5, Igloo. Scratch 8, Campanelli. And scratch 11, Nimbo Stratus. Eighth race has no changes. Featured ninth race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, has no changes. 10th and final race, scratch 8, In a Dream. 10th and final race, scratch number 8, In a Dream.
Another big field here on this glorious Friday afternoon of racing from Keeneland Racecourse. And this fifth race does start the $1 Pick 6. And with big races still to come, including the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint and the featured event of the afternoon, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. So 18 minutes to get those Pick 6 tickets together here at Keeneland Racecourse. I do like the one who is the 4-5 favorite in here, Editor at Large, who draws post 7. Editor at Large is a filly by Lope de Vega for trainer Chad Brown, and she's a filly that debuted, broke her maiden at Saratoga, set a perfect trip, kicked on and won. She was third at 4-1 in the Miss Grillo Stakes, taken by Plum Ali, who came and finished third in the Appalachian Stakes thereafter, and they ran her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, but she caught a tough field, and she was only beaten 5 1/4 lengths, so a big drop down in class for her from the last time that she raced. And what a delightful-looking chestnut filly she is for Peter Brandt. Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. These are connections that are always going to get attention, but especially when it comes to turf racing and just with fillies as well. It seems as though Chad Brown has had just some of the best race fillies on the turf here in the last 5-10 years, whatever it's been, more so than anybody else. The number 3 horse is my second choice. That's Lejana for Belladonna Racing and Cherie DeVoe. This is a filly by Hardspun, who ran a good race on debut. She broke her maiden second time out, and then they tried her against Grade 3 Company and was beaten by Spanish Love Affair in the Grade 3 Here Comes the Bride back in February. That was the race that Spanish Love Affair was disqualified from. But she's run credible races. Brian Hernandez knows her. He rode her second time out. She should hold a good early position. Looks like a pretty straightforward filly, and also looks wonderful there. Daughter of Hardspun. She's 5-1 right now on the board. And then just to her outside is Office Party, the number 4 horse, who's 18-1 for Wayne Catalano and Gary and Mary West. A distorted humor filly out of the stakes-winning mare Room Service, who's the daughter of More Than Ready. She's done nothing but progress over the course of her 3-race career. She's gotten better each and every time, Gabby. She handled the good listed going at Fairground. She gets good ground to work with again today. Respect the favorites, but this price is just simply too big on a filly like Office Party with these connections and what she's been able to do lately.
I agree with you, Scott. There are a lot of fillies in here coming in on pretty much similar numbers, and she is definitely one of them. So if you're looking for a price, maybe consider her at 18-1. The number 1 is where I land, though, as well as Scott does, the one Editor at Large for trainer Chad Brown. The one thing about her is that I guess the main concern is that she falls too far off of the pace. Unfortunately, that was the case in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She was also outclassed in that race, but no one is going to catch the likes of Aunt Pearl when she goes out and goes gate to wire in a Grade 1 on Breeders' Cup weekend. But I think her races in the Grade 2 Miss Grillo and also her first race are a little bit more encouraging, that she doesn't have to be so far off of the pace, because the 5 Flying Aletha, with her out, I think it opens up the field in terms of the pace scenario. I don't think there's going to be that fast of a pace, and it could hamper the chances of the one Editor at Large, but she is the class of the field, and that's why I do not go in a different direction than she. The 8, Go Te Go, is the second pick for Roger Atfield. I just like the fact that she continues to improve in her performances. She's 36-1 right now. Love every bit of that. Because a lot of times we see the Woodbine horses in their 2-year-old season, they come back at 3 and they're actually good. Some of those Woodbine races, maiden special weight races, really hold up in terms of class. And we do often see Roger Atfield take a very patient approach with his horses. So it's not really a surprise to me that he sprinted her for so long. But ultimately, I do think she's a better horse going a distance of ground. She finally broke her maiden in her last start of last year, in her first time going 2 turns. So I'm happy to see her back going 2 turns. And I think the turf should be a preferred surface for her. And then finally, the 2 Stunning Princess. You have to move this filly up with the scratch of the 5, because I mentioned there wasn't that much pace on paper outside of the 5. And now you see Stunning Princess with Luis Saez. She's got blinkers on for the second time in a row. She broke her maiden last time out, going a mile at Gulfstream Park. So with all those factors, considering them, she should be able to be on the lead. I would be surprised if she's not on the lead, or she's going to be forwardly placed just because she has so much natural speed. So interesting race here coming up next. And just a reminder that the Pick 6 does start now pick 5 the next race. And if you're looking later to the late pick 4, I thought it was a very interesting sequence. But you still can find some singles. But a competitive race here coming up next.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 5th race, scratch number 6. Mrs. O'Connell, number 6, is a late scratch. On the advice of the veterinarian, stewards are scratching number 6. Mrs. O'Connell, number 6, a late scratch. Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Stone Tower, and allowance for 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 does have a carryover, though, $81,050. Scratch part of entry 1A, American West. Scratch the 5, Flying Aletha. Scratch 6, Mrs. O'Connell. Scratch 13, Ms. Wicked. A reminder, part of entry 2B, Lazy Summer Day, draws into the race, overweight +1. Additional overweight number 8, Goat to Go, the jockey 1 pound over. Post time at 6 minutes.
Some stunning-looking fillies out here on track for race number 5 at Keeneland Racecourse as the wind continues to be a factor here on the front side. One of the windiest days that I personally have ever experienced here at Keeneland Racecourse. A significant headwind down the backstretch. But we're going to start with the one horse, the heavy favorite at 4-5, Editor at Large. Just a lovely-looking filly. She's got the pedigree, she's got the look, and Lope de Vegas have done very well in their U.S. racing.
They have, Scott. The wind is very aggressive today. I will agree with you. Really strong tailwind coming down the stretch, really strong headwind on the backside. And I just like how this filly is acting this afternoon. She's very much on her toes. She seems like she's got a little bit of attitude, but she's light, she's fit. And she, I think, is the horse to beat just from her first 2 races alone.
The number 2 horse, Stunning Princess, for Danny Gargan. Luis Saez, always a good person to have on your side. 8-1 right now. What did you see from her as she came out?
Love her. I just like her physical build for this type of race on the turf, and she is another one that just looks really light on her feet. She looks extremely focused this afternoon. Good flash for trainer Danny Gargan, and I think she should be able to have the tactical advantage being forwardly placed.
And finally, we'll touch on the 12 horse, who is one of the bigger prices in here. 19-1 is what Bullseye Beauty sits at for Andrew McKeever. She's 1 for 1. She comes out of a sprint win at Turfway. This is a big step up, but when you come to a race like this, you know you're going to be facing the types of fillies that she's facing. It's a confident placing.
She doesn't look like a sprinter. She has long features. She just looks like a 2-turn horse to me. So in my mind, when you look at her from a physical standpoint, you think, well, she shouldn't have won her first race, and she did it easily by 6 lengths. So I actually don't mind the stretch out in distance. It's going to come down to the class, but she is fired up. She is very much ready to go. So it's kind of an unfortunate post position, but she's another one, Scott, that I think will be forwardly placed. She's 19-1.
Don't forget, this 5th race coming up in 3 minutes does start the pick 6 on this afternoon, with 2 stakes races coming later, including the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Stone Tower, start of the pick 6. They are at the post, and they're off. Editor at Large, away in good order from between horses, strides forward and takes a narrow lead here early on. Editor at Large has company, though, to the inside and to the outside. Stunning Princess from the center of the course. Office Party down toward the inside. There goes Fabricate now, moving up along with Stunning Princess. That pair, they go to the front together. Office Party settles back into 3rd. Editor at Large will also drop back a couple of spots, 1 lane off the rail in 4th, as Arm Candy moves up 1 spot to her outside from 5th. There goes Bullseye Beauty, very wide around the turn. Goes from 6th up into 3rd, just 2 lengths off the lead. And then further back, Lazy Summer Day, a lane off the rail, is in 7th. Runaway Rocket is 8th. Liana is 9th down toward the inside. Viburnum is 10th in between horses. Goat to Go is last of the 11, 22.93 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Bullseye Beauty moving up on the outside, has the lead a half length midpoint of the backstretch. Stunning Princess second, a length and a half. Fabricate, Arm Candy between horses. Lazy Summer Day 5th on the far outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Editor at Large is in between horses and is running along in the 6th position, nearly 5 from the front, though, as they enter the far turn. Opening half mile, 47.25 seconds. Bullseye Beauty changes lanes down to the inside with the lead, 3/4 of a length. Stunning Princess goes second, a length and a half. Lazy Summer Day and Arm Candy. Now Arm Candy has moved up into third in between horses. Fabricate shuffled back to fourth toward her inside. Editor at Large is still back behind horses, 7 from the front, and Bullseye Beauty is the leader. Editor at Large going to have to go to the inside. Arm Candy to the outside. Stunning Princess between that pair, then Runaway Rockette. Final furlong. Can Editor at Large or Arm Candy catch up with Bullseye Beauty? Stunning Princess is right there as well. Here's Arm Candy right alongside of Bullseye Beauty. Arm Candy and Tyler Gaffalione. Arm Candy up to win at Bullseye Beauty second. Stunning Princess was home third, and then Runaway Rockette, and finally Office Party.
Arm Candy rolling late to pick up this victory at Keeneland in race number 5. A daughter of Twirling Candy, sent postward by trainer Steve Asmussen. We saw her back in the fall finish 4th in the Grade 2 Jessamine. Today she strikes at a big price.
As she had a good trip, it was a pretty quick pace in front, but when she angled out in the clear under Tyler Gaffalione, she was all racehorse, really lowering herself down and closing the gap late. And what a performance by the 12 Bullseye Beauty at 21-1, Scott. I thought she was going to pull off a massive upset, but it does seem like she just gets passed late, has to settle for second. 10-12-2 for the 5th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race: 10 Arm Candy finished first, 12 Bullseye Beauty was second, 2 Stunning Princess third, 11 Runaway Rockette fourth, and the 4 Office Party fifth. 10-12-2, 11-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Stone Tower, 10 Arm Candy, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Peter Bradley III, Tim and Anna Cameron, and Kurt's Equine Investments of Keith Kurtz, Steve Asmussen Trains. Tyler Gaffalione rides back-to-back winners on the card. Arm Candy, 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy, out of Chili Fashion by Artie Schiller. Winner bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 42.92 seconds. Race 5, results official. 10-12-2, 11-4, the official results for Keeneland's fifth race. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Fast track, turf listed good today. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 5 coming up here in the sixth event. Scratch number 3, Prescience. Scratch number 3, Prescience. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on this sixth race. Looking ahead to race 7. A reminder, the seventh race is where the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG begins. There will be no carryover for that Jackpot Super High 5. The Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 will start anew with that seventh race. In race 7, scratch the 2, Threat Level Midnight, scratch 3, Karimba, scratch 5, Igloo, scratch 8, Campanelli, scratch 11, Nimbo Stratus. Again, scratch the 2, Threat Level Midnight, the 3, Karimba, also scratch the 5, Igloo, the 8, Campanelli, and the 11, Nimbo Stratus. Eighth race has no changes. Featured ninth, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile has no changes. The 10th and final race, scratch number 8, In a Dream. Scratch number 8, In a Dream. Fast track, turf listed good. And Predetermined swinging wide to join them off the turn and pokes ahead in front, now leads at a half length. Predetermined has taken over and opens up in the blink of an eye by 4 lengths clear. Zebra Cake second, Pio Princess third. Kiss Theory runs toward the rail in fourth, but Predetermined the leader in the final furlong. Predetermined a 5-length advantage at the 16th pole, back to Zebra Cake, and then Kiss Theory to the inside of Pio Princess. No catching. Predetermined wins the opener for Luis Saez. It was Zebra Cake home second, Kiss Theory third, and Pio Princess was fourth. Stretch here. Kizzy B has the lead. Maybe Later goes to second. 3 lengths between those top two. White Winged Dove tries to get on track to the grandstand side and is coming from fourth to third to second. Closet Shopper runs toward the rail. White Winged Dove, though, is striding forward from the outside as they come down to the line. White Winged Dove with that rally gets up to win it by 1.5 lengths for Junior Alvarado.
Grand Motion had her ready today.
Wide at the quarter pole in fifth, still 6 lengths from the lead, though. El Kabong has the lead a half length off the far turn. Here comes Absam down the far outside. And 911 Turbo between horses as well. Absam better get to work. 911 Turbo has taken the lead. Here's Absam right alongside. Absam putting ahead in front. 911 Turbo has not gone away, though. These two with heads bobbing down to the line. Absam getting up in the final strides to win it by a neck for Joel Rosario. For the stretch. And then comes Ones out in the center of the track, who's still 5 lengths from the lead. Bernadette the Jet's trying to find an opening toward the inside, but Sweet Queen B has taken the lead. Bernadette the Jet in close quarters there, past the 8th pole, just to the inside of Ollie's Gold. Now Bernadette the Jet goes to second, but she's 2 lengths behind Sweet Queen B. And Sweet Queen B has the lead by 2.5, 3 lengths past the 16th pole. Bernadette the Jet runs second, and that's how they will finish. Sweet Queen B to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Bernadette the Jet toward her inside. Editor at Large is still back behind horses 7 from the front, and Bullseye Beauty is the leader. Editor at Large going to have to go to the inside. Arm Candy to the outside. Stunning Princess between that pair, then Runaway Rockette. Final furlong. Can Editor at Large or Arm Candy catch up with Bullseye Beauty? Stunning Princess is right there as well. Here's Arm Candy right alongside of Bullseye Beauty. Arm Candy and Tyler Gaffalione. Arm Candy up to win it. Bullseye Beauty second. Stunning Princess was home third, and then Runaway Rockette.
Late pick 5 time on this Friday card. Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile still to come, as well as the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint Stakes. We'll start with one of the shortest prices that we will see today, if not the. That is the 2 to 5 favorite, Spice is Nice. She's coming off of a 7-month layoff, returns home here to Keeneland. She was purchased in 2018 as a yearling for $1,050,000 by Robert and Luana Lowe. She's been trained by Todd Pletcher through her career. She is from the first dam, Dame Dorothy, the daughter of Bernardini, a Grade 1 winner during her racing career by Curlin. Last time we saw her she was attempting to tackle Swiss skydiver in the Grade 1 Alabama Stakes up at Saratoga. Prior to that, she'd cleared an A other than race at Belmont Park pretty easily by 2 3/4. And she stakes place. She was second in the Devonadale in her second start. She won first time out. I mean, if she is ready to go, and it looks like she is as tight and fit as you can have a horse. She should be very tough to beat in this race. She's got so much class to her. You can see how the size that she has as well. So a deserved 2-5 favorite in this race, and a tough one to get past in this sixth event. If you're playing the late pick 5, you got a decision to make. You get a single, or you're going to try to go deep and hope that you can beat Spice's Nice. If you are, go to the rail horse Movie Moxie for Eddie Keneally. She's a filly by Street Sense that comes out of a 7/8 run. She should build off of that back out to a distance of ground. She's never gone 2 turns. Her mile races at Gulfstream and Churchill are 1-turn mile events. So perhaps this will be a better suited race shape for her, and she might even be able to make the lead in here, Movie Moxie, with the way that she's run those 1-turn mile races. So Tyler Gaffalione looking for back-to-back on the card. She's one that you can look towards at a price 5-1 right now on the Daughter of Street Sense. And then the 6th horse, my third selection, Market Rumor for Ian Wilkes. She's coming off of a layoff as well. She has performed well here at Keeneland in the past. She was third in an A other than race. She followed that up with a victory at Churchill Downs, going 1 mile and 1/8. I just wonder if she's going to get outrun quite a bit early on. I think she might need these fillies to come back to her, but you've got to respect her just simply based on the Keeneland form.
Scott, I too go to the 5, Spice's Nice, and this is a filly that was so impressive in her first race. There was so much buzz behind her before she ran, and then she would come back to run in the Grade 2 Devonadale as a 3-year-old, and she was second to Tonalist Shape, who's a really nice Saffie Joseph Jr. horse at the time. Unfortunately, she came back in the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks, and she didn't show up that day. She didn't show her normal speed, and she didn't show her normal talent. Now, that was a race, kind of the coming out party for Swiss Skydiver, the eventual Preakness Stakes winner, so maybe it was a little bit tough, but she also wasn't herself that day. She was sidelined for about 3.5, 4 months, and then she came back to win an allowance race at Belmont. So she does have some starts and stops throughout her form, throughout her career. When you see her in the paddock, she is all class, but she is a long, lanky filly, and I've always thought that it's going to take some time for her to grow into herself. She's in every way you look at this race, she is the horse to beat. She has to, if she doesn't deliver her best, though, then maybe the one, Movie Moxie, can take advantage of that. And then the 4, Median, I thought was an interesting horse. In her second start off of the layoff, blinkers going on, and she could improve now, stretching back out to 2 turns. Riders are up. We're 10 minutes out from the 6th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Morgan's Ford allowance optional claiming race. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 3, Prescience. Number 3 is scratched. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 6. Post time at 8 minutes.
We're going to go through this entire field 7 minutes out from race number 6, start of the late pick 5. There's Movie Moxie for Susan and Jim Hill as she's moved away from the pony. She looks well in her warm-up. She's a filly that has never failed to finish in the top 3. She's 7 for 7 in the money, 2 victories, 3 seconds, and 2/3. As we've said before, a filly that you can certainly look towards if you're looking to upset this favorite in here. The number 2 horse, Stop War for Kelly Rubley. She comes off of a 9-length victory at Fairgrounds. That was in the slop. So this will be a stiff test for her as she moves up in class. She's a well-bred filly for Robert S. Evans. She's by Warfront out of the Gone West mare Shared Hope, and she's currently 14-1 on the board. She only beat 3 others in that last race is another aspect of why she's such a big price. And as we know, it's going to get tougher here. Every time you win a race and you climb the ranks, you're facing faster horses each and every time on down the line. The 3 is a scratch. The 4, Maydeen for Shug McGahee and Mr. Adams Cortland Farms, a Keeneland graduate from 2018. $450,000 is what the hammer dropped at on her back in 2018. Daughter of Tappet. She'll get blinkers today. She's a filly that has been prone to coming from off the pace, so perhaps that will get her more into the race, and she's 5-1 right now. Another one that wouldn't be a surprise if she can turn things around. And she was pretty well handled, though, by Movie Moxie in that last race at Gulfstream Park on Christmas Eve in 2020. Spice is nice, just a gorgeous chestnut filly for Robert and Luana Lowe. $1,050,000 is what they paid for, as we pointed out. She's a filly, Gabby, that's from that Grade 1 winner, 7-month layoff. I mean, if she is right here today, she's going to be very, very difficult to pass down the stretch.
I was about to get into this in the paddock, ran out of time, though. This mare, this filly, I should say, has always been kind of a long, lanky-looking type of filly, and I've always thought that it would take some time for her to truly get into herself. You can see her. She's all neck, she's all leg, but she is a very attractive filly, and she's just very talented, Scott. If she can even deliver her B game, I think that's good enough.
And then finally, Market Rumor, we'll take a look at her. She was a heavy favorite when last seen her here at Keeneland. She was beaten by Ares 2, who would come out of that race and win. They tried her against Stakes Company last time out. Maybe the key to her is just the shortening up in distance. Even though she did win going a mile and an eighth, she was able to really walk the dog 2 starts back at Churchill Downs at the beginning of November. So we'll see what Landeros is able to do with her today.
I think they're trying to find her identity, whether it be sprinting, going long, like 9 furlongs on the main track, or going shorter distances. She is a tiny little thing. I'm surprised that she could run so far at a mile and an eighth. I personally think she's better suited to cutting back in distance, but in this small field, Scott, she doesn't have a lot of natural early speed, so that would be my biggest concern with her.
4 minutes before race 6, it's late pick 5 time here on Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Day.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Morgan's Ford, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Market Rumor. Market Rumor takes right out running for the lead, but Stop War is there between horses, and now Stop War takes over the top spot. Moving Moxie to the inside. Market Rumor to the far outside. Moves up in second, a length behind the leader. Moving Moxie a lane off the rail in third. May Dean wrestled back into fourth. There goes Spice is Nice moving by on her outside as the field works its way around the first turn. Stop War, the leader. Stop War leads it by a length and a half. Market Rumor travels along in the second position at a gap of 2 more lengths back to Movie Moxie in third by just a head. Spice is Nice is now taking third on the outside as they enter the backstretch by a head, and May Dean behind that pair. Opening quarter went to 24.15 seconds. Stop War, the leader. Stop War leads at a half length. Market Rumor, then Spice is Nice, who travels out in the center of the track in third, just a length and a half off the lead. Moving Moxie down to the inside, May Dean brings up the back of the pack as they work their way over toward the far turn, following an opening half mile in 48.63 seconds. Market Rumor starts to draw alongside of Stop War. Spice is Nice, picking them up third on the far outside. Front three separated by a half length. Market Rumor, the leader. Spice is Nice goes to second midway on the turn. Stop War shuffled back third. Movie Moxie is fourth. May Dean wide in fifth at the back. The leader is Market Rumor past the quarter pole now to the top of the short stretch. Leading Spice is Nice by a length and a half as they turn for home. Then a gap of 5 to Movie Moxie. May Dean, Stop War last coming toward the final furlong, and Market Rumor, a stubborn foe with that lead. Spice is Nice is shaken up now by John Velasquez. Starts to draw alongside of Market Rumor, and now Spice is Nice responds and draws clear. Spice is Nice to win it. Market Rumor was home runner-up. Movie Moxie third. May Dean was across the line in fourth, and Stop War fifth.
Well, the 7-figure Keeneland graduate Spice is Nice in her Keeneland racing debut impresses as she draws alongside Market Rumor, who ran a big race at the top of the stretch. She was trying to fend her off, but finally class prevails with Spice is Nice and Johnny Velasquez.
Sometimes these smaller fields, a 5-horse field, can be really tricky for certain horses, and when you're on a horse like this, you just want to be able to put them in the right position. The 6, Market Rumor, was stubborn on the front end, but Spice is Nice's class and talent prevailed right there under Johnny Velasquez. A nice return to the races here for Todd Pletcher. Spice is Nice, easy winner of the 6th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race: 5, Spice is Nice finished first. 6, Market Rumor was second. 1, Movie Moxie third. 4, Maydeen was fourth. 5, 6, 1, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Morgan's Ford. 5, Spice is Nice, owned by Robert and LaWanda Lowe, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey John Velasquez. Spice is Nice, a 4-year-old filly by Curlin out of Dame Dorothy by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Bobby Flay Thoroughbreds LLC. Keeneland Sales Grad gets the mile in the 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.01 seconds. Race 6, results official. 5, 6, 1, 4, the official results for Keeneland's sixth race. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming. Second running of the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint Stakes. Turf is listed good. Temporary rail down today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. In the seventh race, scratch the 2, Threat Level Midnight, scratch 3, Karimba, scratch the 5, Igloo, also scratch 8, Campanelli, and scratch 11, Nimbo Stratus. Again, scratch 2, Threat Level Midnight, 3, Karimba, also scratch 5, Igloo, 8, Campanelli, and 11, Nimbo Stratus. Eighth race, no changes at this time. Featured ninth race, Grade 1, Maker's Mark Mile, has no changes. 10th and final race, scratch 8 in a Dream. That's the 10th and final race, scratch 8 in a Dream. A reminder that Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 wager also featured on this 7th race. It starts anew with race 7.
20 minutes away from the start of the late pick four, guaranteed at $200,000, presented by TVG, and it starts with the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint Stakes for 3-year-old fillies, and a race that looks a lot different than we originally anticipated, with the late scratches of horses like Karimba, and especially the announcement just a few hours ago of Campanelli being forced to withdraw from this race today. Stone Street Stables issuing a statement saying that she just was not right this morning, that they will do a thorough vet examination, and the target for her will still be Royal Ascot. So good news in that sense, and let's hope that she can get back to herself, and we'll see her at Royal Ascot. But right now, we're looking at the number 6 horse, my top selection. That is New Boss for Brett Calhoun, a filly by Street Boss, trained by Brett Calhoun, as mentioned, who has turned into a really nice turf sprinter. She started off her career on the dirt course, and she was good there, but she's now picked up a stakes win since moving over to the grass, and that was going a mile, distance of a mile. And if you look at her last 2 races, this is what enamors me with this filly. She has got so much speed that she was able to wire a field 2 starts back, setting a fraction such as 22 flat, 45-1, 57-1, winning that allowance race at Fairgrounds by 4.5. Then Brett steps her up in trip. She shows speed, but boy, did she switch it off. I mean, 25-1, 50-3, 115-2. Normally, when you've got horses with that much speed, it's tough to get them to relax in that sense. And I just think this speaks to the mind that this filly's got, the talent that she has, and the speed that she possesses. That's why I'm drawn to her at odds of 7-1 right now. New Boss for Brett Calhoun, who is as good as they come when it comes to getting sprint horses ready to roll in these big stages. Just think Finley's Lucky Charm a couple of years back, that Grade 1 winner trained by Brett Calhoun. So I like her and like the price as well. The 7, Toby's Heart. I'm not surprised that she's moved into the catbird seat as far as favorite with the scratch of Campanelli. 8-5 right now. Her first 2 races were good. She won a stakes race sprinting on the grass at Saratoga at the age of 2. They tried to sprint her long, or route her long last time out, and the Here Comes the Bride. She ran okay, but just was not at her best. So getting back to sprinting, she's earned some big figures in her first 2 starts. That's why she's 8-5. She'll settle off the pace and hopefully can settle down here in the paddock as she gets revved up with Brian Lynch. See if they bring her out, give her a turn, and that's going to be the case to try to get her settled down. She's not acting up much now, but you can see she reared up, and I would be surprised if they take her back into the saddling stalls as they continue to try to get the overgirth on her on the saddle. But 8-5, we'll keep an eye on her down here in the paddock, 17 minutes to post. And then finally, Gabby, I'll go to the 9 horse Going Good for trainer Brad Cox. She's a speedy filly. She went wire to wire at Indiana Grand. She tracked off the pace in her second start to win at Fairgrounds. She was runner-up in a sprint race on the dirt at Oaklawn, the Dixie Belle. So she's yet to run a bad race. You've got to respect her. This is a very wide-open race. I mean, I like the 7, but 8-5 on her versus the rest of these fillies. This is, I think, a little bit too one-sided in the end. There's some talent in this race.
Yeah, people are just trying to look for a standout, and I don't think there is a standout with the lack of Campanelli in here. But I'm glad you mentioned Going Good, because I do think that she's one you have to include in the late pick 4 because of the scratch of Campanelli and Karimba, who figured to be the 2 pace setters in here. And now with them out, you're left trying to find who's going to be the pace in the race, and I think she could maybe inherit that position today. But I did ultimately go to the 7, Toby's Heart, as the top pick. Not crazy about the price, but do love how she looks in the paddock. I know she was feeling herself just a moment ago when they were trying to put the overgirth on, but she is probably just revved up. She's ready to go for trainer Brian Lynch. And you know, it probably wasn't the best spot to place her last time out. It was her first race since August. It was at 1 1/16, which is probably a distance too far for her. And it wasn't an easy field. It was a grade 3 race down at Gulfstream, and I just don't think anything really went right in that race, because she is ultimately a turf sprinter. She is a closing 1-turn turf sprinter. And we saw that in the Bolton Landing. We saw that in her first race. The problem with her in this race is that Campanelli and Karimba are both out. So she doesn't really have a lot of speed to close into. And she also hasn't really gotten out of the gate too quickly in the past. We'll see if that is the same case with her as a 3-year-old in these turf sprints, but she is classy, and she is a filly that has a lot of talent. Just trying to play devil's advocate for a horse that is going to be a heavy favorite. And then the 6 horse is next for trainer Brett Calhoun. I agree with Scott. I was so impressed with her performance last time out because it's not very often you get to see a horse go from a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, go to the sidelines for a couple of months, and then come back and be able to slow it down and go gate to wire at a mile. So I do like the fact that she is cutting back, but she looks like she could be very talented in here. And then finally, the number 10, Alda, for trainer Graham Motion. Love the fact that she's cutting back in distance. I know she ran well in the Grade 1 Natalma, but physically and just everything about her form, I think she is better suited to sprint distances, and it looks like Graham has her ready off the layoff. So 7, 6, 10 for me in the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint. Once again, $200,000 guarantee and the late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, second running of the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint Stakes. 3-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. Scratch the 2, Threat Level Midnight, the 3, Karimba. Also scratch 5, Igloo. Scratch 8, Campanelli, and scratch 11, Nimbo Stratus. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, In a Jiffy, owned by Richard Snyder, Connie Snyder, Brett Setzer, and Billy Joe Setzer, trained by Joe Sharp. Gabriel Saez to ride. 2 and 3 are scratched. 4 is Salvaje, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks. Backstretch Farms Incorporated of David Davila, owned also by Rick Howard, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 5 is scratched. 6 is New Boss, owned by Barry and Carol Conrad, trained by Brett Calhoun. Adam Beskitza to ride. 7, Toby's Heart, owned by Terry Hamilton, Brian Lynch, and Gary Barber, trained by Brian Lynch. The jockey is Javier Castellano. 8 is scratched. 9 is Going Good, owned by Klein Racing of Richard Klein, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 10, Alda, owned by Wertheimer and Frere of Alon and Gerard Wertheimer, trained by Graham Motion, jockey John Velasquez. 11 is scratched. 12 is Phantom Vision, owned by Albert Frassetto, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Tyler Gaffleone. And 13, Navratilova, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 6 minutes to post.
You've got 6 minutes to put those late pick 4 tickets together. Guaranteed pool at $200,000 presented by TVG. And this is the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint Stakes. Gabby, these are some nice looking fillies. But I think the one In a Jiffy stole the show when she came out. She is built like a prototypical sprinter, and she looked marvelous when she came out for the post break and continues to do so under Gabriel Saez.
Just really strong and sharp, no pun intended, as she's trained by Joe Sharp. But man, was she just looks like she's sitting on so much energy, just ready to explode. She looks like what you would look for in a turf sprinter. So I'd have to agree with you. She's extremely dangerous in here at 10-1, Scott.
Let's go to the 6 horse. You and I just enamored by the way that she's been able to win races as of late, and you can see how chill she is. That's New Boss for trainer Brett Calhoun, and continues to be a good price at 5-1. She's a lovely filly as well.
She really does look like she's got such a good mind. I just wonder where she fits in the running of this race. They did so much with her to get her to relax last time out. How will that translate with her turning back to a turf sprint now?
The 7 horse is Toby's Heart, a filly that was a bit revved up down in the paddock, but she has settled in since she reared up in the saddling stalls.
She just looks fantastic. It is a warm day, so you can see some of these fillies kind of getting some sweat on their bodies, by their shoulder. That's not really a concern because it is very warm this afternoon. But when you look at her coat, she just looks so healthy and happy. She's dappled. She looks fantastic. We're just going to have to see if she can get back to the form that we saw her in as a 2-year-old.
And then let's finally touch on Phantom Vision, a Declaration of War filly who was last seen finishing second in the Cincinnati Trophy Stakes up at Turfway on the synthetic. She's a proven turf sprinter as well. She broke her maiden going 5/8 at a very fast time at Gulfstream Park.
There are a couple of fillies in here that are a little bit more lightly framed, and that is not how you would describe this filly. She, too, is much like the one in terms of her build, in that she is so much a turf sprinter. She's so strong behind. She's got so much strength behind the saddle, good definition as well. So that's where her power is going to come from. I think she's pretty sneaky here at 9-1.
3 minutes to get those tickets together. Again, start of the late pick four, guaranteed at $200,000, presented by TVG. It is the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint Stakes coming up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, second running of the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint, and start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick four presented by TVG. They're at the post. And they're off in the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint. There goes Phantom Vision, Navratilova. That pair from the outside. They come forward in the opening strides. New Boss comes away running in third. Toby's Heart, fourth between horses. Going Good is fifth up on her outside. Break of 2 lengths. Salvaje, sixth between horses. Alda to her outside. And in a jiffy there down toward the rail. Just 4 lengths from the front as they head for the far turn. Back up front it is Phantom Vision against the rail, leading Navratilova by a half length. New Boss is down toward the rail, right against the rail now third. A length off the lead. Opening quarter went in 22.35 seconds. Going Good moves up third, but has to angle toward the center of the course. 2.5 lengths off the leader around the far turn. Then Toby's Heart, who's still 5 lengths from the lead. In a jiffy, 7 to make up. Alda Salvaje at the back. They turn for home. Navratilova coming after Phantom Vision. And now New Boss looks for an opening toward the inside. Going Good from the outside. Here comes Toby's Heart. A late run on the extreme outside, but still 2 lengths away. Toby's Heart coming after Going Good. Going Good has the lead a neck ahead. Toby's Heart Getting up for Javier Castellano to win it. Going good. Good effort, but had to settle for second.
Toby's Hart on the scene late. She had a lot of work to do, but we've seen this from this filly in the past before, Gabby. She's been able to close, and she was able to close into a very good field here today and pull off this victory at 2-1.
She did, but Javier did a great job in trying to save as much ground as he possibly could, and he tipped her out in the four-path at the top of the stretch, but saving ground early might have made all the difference for her. She was able to save that ground and then have really nice acceleration late to catch the 9 Going Good, who had a good trip herself. She was just second best today. This is a very nice return to the races for a classy filly and Toby's Heart.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results now posted for Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, Toby's Heart, finished first. 9, Going Good, was second. 13, Navratilova, third. The 12, Phantom Vision, fourth. And the 4, Salvaje, fifth. 7, 9, 13, 12, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, second running of the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint. 7, Toby's Heart, owned by Terry Hamilton, Brian Lynch, and Gary Barber, trained by Brian Lynch, Javier Castellano, the jockey. Toby's Heart, a 3-year-old filly by Jack Milton, out of pick of the pack by Lil's Lad, bred in Kentucky by Trackside Farms Incorporated. Time, 1 minute 2.29 seconds, a stakes record. Results of race 7 are official. 7, 9, 13, 12, 4, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. Toby's Heart, a daughter of former Maker's Mark Mile winner Jack Milton, taking the Limestone Turf Sprint TVG. In addition to Scott Hazelton's role with Today at Keeneland and as a paddock host at Keeneland, he is also, of course, a TVG host and reporter. And Scott Hazelton makes the trophy presentation to the connections of number 7 Toby's Heart for the second running of the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint.
Toby's Heart showing some grit in the TVG Limestone Sprint Stakes here at Keeneland Racecourse. Winning trainer Brian Lynch and Javier Castellano aboard for the ride. What was the game plan going in with the outside post that you had?
The way I handicapped the race with Mr. Lynch, he told me in the paddy, there's a lot of speed in the rail, let him fall out of the gate, and let him be patient, turn it for home, and let him one kick. I'm really surprised to break out of the gate. She put me in a really good spot early in the pace. I traveled comfortable. I really like the way she did it in the oldie back side. I rode with a lot of patience, a lot of confidence. I think I rode the best horse in the race. I think I give you all the credit to Mr. Lynch, the way he trained the horse. I just enjoyed the ride.
Congrats on another stakes win here at Keeneland, Javi.
Thank you, guys.
Brian, watching this race unfold, she had a lot of work to do. Were you confident that she was going to be able to dig in the fashion she did?
First of all, Mr. Lynch is a bit formal. That was my father's name. Anyway, no, look, she'd worked great. She come out of a route, shortening back up to what she wants to do, and she'd worked with gift lists before we left Palm Meadows, and she ran a very credible race in the Appalachian. And then I thought her work at Churchill the other day was really good. And am I surprised she won? Not really. Am I grateful? Very much. We got Gary involved, and it's great to have him involved with this filly because I think she's got a big future, and we got her back doing what she likes to do, and hopefully the rest of the year is a good one for her.
Where do you go on with a 3-year-old filly like this that's a top turf sprinter?
Yeah, no, there is options out there, Scott, so we'll just have to put our heads together and look for, map her out a program, but I think she's got a big future.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Scott.
Brian Lynch, Toby's Heart, Javier Castellano taking the second running of the TVG Limestone Turf Sprint.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $4,720. Main track is listed fast. No changes in this 8th race. Looking ahead, no changes in the featured 9th, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. A reminder in the 10th race, scratch the 8 in a dream. Number 8 rather, in the 10th race, number 8 in a dream, scratched.
It is late pick 3 time here on this Friday afternoon, and this is an entry-level allowance race for 4 and up, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Godzilla is my top selection in here. Draws the rail with the entry in play here, so post 1 for Godzilla, and owner Gary Barber, Mark Casse, and Tyler Gaffleone, the team this afternoon. This is a colt that was very good early on in his career. He broke his maiden at Saratoga at the age of 2, which is not easy to do. Then was 3rd in the Hopeful, 4th in the Champagne, and then did not run to expectations back in July here at Keeneland Racecourse when he was 90 cents on the dollar and ended up finishing 8th. But he was put away for a bit, came back at Aqueduct with a solid race, and I think that Tyler Gaffleone can make the lead with this colt from the inside, and that's why I think he's such a danger, and I believe that he'll improve second off of the layoff here, having come back with that race in February. So those are the angles I'm using. Speed, second off the layoff, back talent. I think he's rounding back into form. A good price, too, on Godzilla. He sits at 5-1. Then I'll go to the number 3 horse. That is Aloha West for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. He does lead from post position number 3. Broke his maiden first time out at Oaklawn, which again is another place that's not easy to win. Did so in the mud, and then got pinched at the start in his last race at Oaklawn Park when he was the favorite. So if he bounces back here today, 2-1, wouldn't be shocked. Wayne Catalano told me just yesterday that he really thought he had a big opportunity with this colt. He had a fast workout at Oaklawn before shipping up here to Keeneland, just an easy maintenance workout on the 5th of April. Aloha West, a colt that perhaps we've not even seen the best of him yet, as he's just making his 3rd career start. Classy-looking son of Hardspun that was purchased at the Keeneland September sale in 2018 by Aaron Wellman and his Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. And then I'll go to the number 6 horse as my 3rd choice, to the outside, Growl Tiger for Arnaud Delacour. Comes up from Tampa Bay Downs, but just broke his maiden by 8 3/4 in a pretty quickly run race in its own right, going 6.5 furlongs at Tampa. He's got speed. He should be able to use it from the outside. And Gabby's got Luis Saez. And at 7-1, that's not a bad combination to have in this upcoming 8th.
Yes, he's a very interesting horse in this race, Scott, but I did land on the number 3, Aloha West, as the top pick for trainer Wayne Catalano. He told me the same thing that he told you yesterday, that they like this horse a bit here today. They liked him before his first race as well, and unfortunately things just didn't really go his way last time out. It says they pinched badly at the start, and it really compromised this horse, in my opinion. He was completely sandwiched coming out of the gate. A couple horses came in, sandwiched him out of early position, and then he spent the rest of the race just trying to figure out where to place himself. But what I didn't like about it early was that he was sandwiched back, and then he tossed his head, and he never really recovered. He never put his head back down and settled. He just looked uncomfortable with the kickback and everything that day. So I think we're going to see, I don't think that last race is indicative of the talent that he has, and we're going to see something more similar to his first race. I know it was a muddy sealed track, and he's a son of Hardspun. You get Speightstown on the bottom side. He's bred to love a wet track. But I don't believe that it was just that. This horse, I think, has more talent. You can see his size, the scope in the paddock. Just a really good-looking son of Hardspun. And then we get to the 5, Answer In, who I really thought was the alternative in here. I thought the 3 and the 5 were the 2 horses to beat, and then it was a big gap until the next horse, and that's what I'm seeing on the board right now. We've got 8-5 on the 3 and 2-1 on the 5. Answer In, he just doesn't look like he's been following through as of late. And sometimes when you see that, when you see a horse that's kind of hanging in the afternoon, they're going too far. And that's my assessment of this horse. He doesn't want to go a distance of ground. So the cut back in distance to 6.5 furlongs, I think, will help his closing kick a bit better, and hopefully he can finally get the job done. His allowance races that he was in, too, weren't bad, too, when you compare them to what he's facing here today. So a couple of different moves for this horse, but I think appropriate moves for this horse. The number 1 and 1A, we get Schmoozen for Neil Pessin, and also the 1A Wild Behavior. I'll be honest, getting to the 2, Godzilla. The key to him, I think he needs the lead. There's no other way that he can win this race unless he gets out of the gate. I remember liking him at Keeneland when he was trained by Steve Asmussen during the July meeting, and he did not have a good trip. He broke from the rail that day. He kind of broke inward. He might have even hit the rail at one point, and then all hope was lost. He was sidelined since then. So to me, I do think he's a little bit more one-dimensional, and he needs the lead. And especially with that rail post position, he needs to go under Tyler Gaffalione. He could potentially get pace pressure from the 6 Growl Tiger, and I don't think the 7 King Snake will be too far off of the pace. So there are still some question marks. I think this horse ultimately does have some talent, but in my opinion, he's a little one-dimensional, and it's just a question of what kind of price are you willing to take right now on the board at 5-1. But the betting public going between the 3 and the 5, and that's how I saw this race as we're 13 minutes out from the 8th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Crestwood, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $4,720. Post time, 8 minutes.
This is race 8, as we observed from the front side with this group of sprinters, because getting set to go 6.5 furlongs, A other than company. And we'll start with Godzilla, who is holding strong at 5-1. This comeback to Keeneland, the site of his worst race to date.
But he did have trouble in that race. I actually thought when he went through the Keeneland November sale and was purchased for $60,000, that was a bargain. But the fact of the matter is, Scott, is that he needs the lead. He needs to be able to get out of the gate under Tyler Gaffalione. If that doesn't happen, I don't see this horse winning. But he does look strong. He looks very fit second off the layoff. Maybe that can make all the difference.
And then we'll touch on the 3-horse, the 9-5 favorite right now. That is Aloha West for trainer Wayne Catalano, looking to get back into the winning ways after having trouble in his last race.
My concern with him is that he's so lately raced as a 4-year-old. He only has 2 career starts, but I still like him best, and he is such a handsome-looking horse. I do think he's got a big shot here.
He's 9-5. You've got 9-5 on the 5. Answer in. Good luck. You've got 6 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Crestwood. They are at the post. And they're off. My Man Flintstone, quick into stride. King Snake is there up toward the far outside, and Growl Tiger between that pair. Growl Tiger and King Snake go at it for the top spot. Here's Gozilla. Gozilla moves up down toward the inside, third to second, now within a neck of the leader. It is Growl Tiger outward from the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length. Gozilla backs off a bit into the second spot, 3/4 of a length. King Snake is third. Wild Behavior, far outside, is in fourth. And then My Man Flintstone is fifth down toward the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. Answer In is going to be wide to the far turn and sixth, nearly 5 lengths from the front. Schmoozen and Aloha West side by side at the back, 22.12 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Growl Tiger against the rail now, leading it by just a length and a half around the far turn. Wild Behavior second ahead, just to the outside of Gozilla, who's third, still looking toward the inside. King Snake, then Answer In. King Snake and Answer In have to go wide, and My Man Flintstone's looking for an opening down toward the inside. They're all trying to catch Growl Tiger. Answer In, King Snake from the outside. My Man Flintstone up the rail. My Man Flintstone trying to find an opening, sneaking on through now, but Answer In's coming with King Snake on the outside. My Man Flintstone, King Snake, Answer In. My Man Flintstone, Answer In from the outside. Late run Aloha West. King Snake fights on. Aloha West coming after Answer In. Here's the line. Photo for the win, 3-way photo. You've got Answer In there. You had Aloha West coming on the outside, and then King Snake back toward the inside.
Well, a tight finish here in race number 8. It would say that maybe Answer In at first glance, but we'll take another look at it. But you've also got to pick up where this 3 comes from, Aloha West, because he was picking him up and laying him down the stretch.
He was really the only horse that was closing like this from off of the pace. Trying to find him. There he is in the center of the racetrack, and Florent Giroux is really asking to get after this horse, but it did look like the 5 Answer In might have gotten the jump on him. Scott, it was close, but it did kind of look like the 5 might have had the momentum and the jump on the 3.
Here's the ground level shot. The 3 is rolling, but the wire's coming quick, and from that shot it does look like the 5 gets there at odds of 6-5, but the placing judges will take a closer look at this tight photo.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th. 5 Answer In finished first. 3 Aloha West was second. 7 King Snake third. 6 Growl Tiger was fourth. And 4 My Man Flintstone fifth. 5-3-7-6-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Crestwood 5 Answer In, owned by Robert LaPinta and Madaket Stables of Salcuman, trained by Brad Cox. Javier Castellano goes back-to-back on the card. Answer In, a 4-year-old gelded son of Dialed In, out of Do You Know What I Mean by Broken Vow, bred in Kentucky by Glen Oak Farm and 2 Stamp Stables. Keeneland sales grad gets the 6.5 furlongs in 1 minute 15.59 seconds. Results are official for Keeneland's 8th race. 5-3-7-6-4, the official results. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 33rd running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $6,157. No changes in this 9th event. Turf is listed good. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race, a reminder, scratch number 8. In a Dream, number 8, scratched.
This is the featured event, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, as we take a look at this good-looking group of runners down here in the paddock. And my top selection is the number 5 horse, Da Rain, for trainer Brad Cox, a colt that started off his career racing in Europe, won his first 2 starts, faced Group Stakes Company in his final 2 starts, and in his first race here in the United States, hooked a really nice Hugh Robertson runner by the name of 2 Emmys, who was recently second behind the top turf horse here in North America, currently Colonel Liam, in the Mervyn Muniz at the end of March at Fairgrounds. He came out of there, won a nice allowance race at the Fairgrounds, and this is a colt that was purchased for over $4.8 million at public auction in Europe back in 2018. His first stam, a great race mare, Dare Me, and she's developed into a wonderful broodmare. He is a full brother to 3 stakes winners, 2 Darn Hot, So Made Dar, and Lati Dar. So a wonderful family, high expectations from day one when you come with these kind of bloodlines. And we'll see if he can perform at the Grade 1 level. He's currently sitting at odds of 6-1 on the tote board for the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Hit the Road ships in from Southern California, where he is on a roll, and trainer Dan Blacker has done a wonderful job with this son of More Than Ready in developing in him and just being patient with him. And kudos to the connections and allowing Dan to do his work with this colt and let him come into his own right, and he's done so here in 2021. He won the Grade 3 Thunder Road, backed it up with a Grade 1 victory in the Kilroe Mile, and he currently sits at 9-5 on the board. This is the first time that he's shipped out of Southern California. He's raced between Santa Anita and Del Mar, so we'll see how he handles this turf course as well. He's caught firm going each and every time that he's raced. First time that he'll be running on a good listed turf course here today, but you've got to respect him with Florent Giroux, who hit the hole right at the right time in order to win that Grade 1 Frank Kilroe Mile and beat his main competition Smooth Like Straight. And then finally, Gabby, I'll go to the outside as my third selection is the number 9 horse Field Pass for Mike Maker. He too comes back here to comes to Keeneland, I should say, off of a trip to Santa Anita in the Mathis Brothers Mile. He was 4th to Smooth Like Straight, the nice colt that hit the road just defeated. We'll see what Rosario is able to do. He should sit close, and he has won here in the past. He won last year's Kentucky Utilities Transylvania during the summer meet here at Keeneland, getting up just by a nose. Joel in the saddle, 13-1, looks great on the tote board right now.
Scott, you and I somehow both landed on the same horse in the number 5, Darain, here for trainer Brad Cox. And when you look at him in the paddock, he doesn't really look like a turf miler. I guess that would be my only concern with this horse. But from his past performances and watching his races, you would certainly think that he would be even better suited to a mile. You don't often see horses at a mile and a 16th or a mile at an eighth be able to show that type of acceleration, closing from off the pace, in which we saw from his only 2 races in North America at the Fairgrounds. In his last race, he didn't have the easiest of trips. He was shut off early, he was squeezed back to last, and then coming down the stretch, it looked like he was running over horses. Sean Bridgman had so much horse and fortunately found the room to kick clear in the end by 2 lengths. If he had a better trip, he probably could have even won by more lengths than that. But to me, he just looks like a horse that should suit a mile from his past performances, but he's a big, good-looking horse here in the paddock for trainer Brad Cox. Now, the 8, Raging Bull, he is coming in off the layoff. The last time we saw him was in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Mile. He is a Grade 1 winner of the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile and Hollywood Derby, so multiple Grade 1 winner. And his last race was disappointing. I thought he would run a really big race going into the Breeders' Cup. He looked like he'd been training so well in the morning, and I couldn't really make any bit of an excuse for him in that race. But his race 2 back and the Shadwell Turf Mile was good. He did close into a fast pace that day. Ultimately, it's set up for closers, including the winner and Ivar. And you have to question if he gets that pace that he needs in front of him. To me, I don't really think he does. At least I don't think the pace will come back to him. So he's just going to have to run down some pretty top quality horses like the One Get Smokin' and even some like it Hot Brown. The 2 Hit the Road. I echo the sentiments that Scott was mentioning with trainer Dan Blacker and how he's managed this horse. And when you look at a horse like this and he's managed to win 4 races in a row, that does so much for a horse's confidence, and you can see that even in the afternoon. I thought the ride that Florent Giroux gave this horse last time out was one of the best rides I've seen this year, hands down. No matter where in the country you've been watching, he was just very patient, very confident with this horse, and it was an unbelievable ride. But he also had the horse underneath of him. So when you look at this race, there are a lot of horses that have gone farther, mile and a 16th, mile and an eighth, even farther than that. This horse is a true miler, and I think that is his advantage today. But this didn't come up that easy of a race. I actually thought that this Grade 1 came up a little bit tougher than the Grade 1 Frank Kilroe mile. So we'll see what he can do, if he can make it back-to-back Grade 1 wins for trainer Dan Blacker. But he certainly looks the part here in the paddock. We're getting close to the featured event of the day, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 33rd running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. 4-year-olds and up. Turf is listed good. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $6,157. No changes in this 9th race. Post time at 8 minutes. One mile on the turf. Number 1, Get Smokin', owned by the Mary Sullivan Revocable Trust, trained by Tom Bush. Junior Alvarado is the jockey. 2, Hit the Road, is owned by DK Racing LLC of Dan Ketting, owned also by Rick Gold, Tony Maslowski, Dave Odmark, Taste of Victory Stables of Kyle Yost, and others, trained by Dan Blacker. Florent Giroux will ride. 3, Some Like It Hot Brown, owned by Sky High Racing LLC of Harvey Diamond, owned also by Sand Dollar Stable LLC of David Koenig and others, trained by Mike Maker, jockey John Velasquez. 4, Sacred Life, is owned by Michael Dubb, by the Manicat Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, by the Wonder Stable of Joe Lohr, and by the Bethlehem Stables of Michael Caruso, trained by Chad Brown. Javier Castellano will ride. 5, Da Rain, owned by Qatar Racing Limited of David Redverse, owned also by Watership Down Stud of Simon Marsh, Brad Cox the trainer, Luis Saez the jockey. 6, Ride a Comet, owned by John Oxley and by My Meadowview Farm LLC of Leonard Riccio, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. 7, Flying Scotsman, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Jack Sisterson, the jockey Corey Lannery. 'Raging Bull, number 8, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. And Field Pass, number 9, owned by the Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Joel Rosario. Post time at 6 minutes.
Down to the final few minutes before the featured event, the 25th renewal of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, and a Grade 1 field assembled as it always has been here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gabby, we're looking at Get Smokin' right now, a son of Get Stormy for trainer Tom Bush, who comes off of a 2-month layoff, last seen winning the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Stakes.
That race was so impressive to me, Scott, because he's a horse that kind of has looked like a little bit of a runoff in the afternoon. I shouldn't say runoff, but a horse that needs the lead. And at 1 mile and a 16th, for him to be so keen and then be able to take back, sit behind the speed, and still have so much left in order to win, I thought that that was a really good race for this horse in particular. And I think cutting back to the mile should be perfect for him. He's a horse that's liked firm courses, good courses, yielding courses. So I think you really have to respect that versatility. And I don't know if anybody can run with him early.
Champion trainer Chad Brown sending out 2 in here, seeking his first win in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, one of the few Grade 1 races on the grass that Chad has not won to date in a short amount of time. And Sacred Life comes in off of a 4th behind Digital Age and Factor This, some nice horses in that Grade 1, and he looks really nice off this 7-month layoff.
I might shoot myself in the foot by saying this, my only good foot, Scott, but this horse, I think, looks better than Raging Bull today. And you're looking at a huge difference in odds between 5-2 and 7-1. But he's dappled. He looks so strong. There's not an ounce of fat on this horse. And he just looks really well prepared coming in off the layoff. I won't be surprised if this horse outfinishes the other one of Chad Brown's.
One of the great pleasures, many pleasures that we have here in being able to cover these races at Keeneland is watching how horses react from the paddock side to the front side. And watching the 5 come out here, he just really perked up once he got with the pony and got out onto the racetrack. His attitude changed. It's game time. The game face is on, however you want to phrase it. Really like the way that he changed his attitude from the paddock to the front side.
He is a big boy, though, Scott. I was very surprised to see how big of a horse he is. And I shouldn't say that he's very long. He's actually kind of short coupled. There's not a lot of distance between his withers and the top of his hump. And he's just very strong. I'm surprised that he can go as long as he can go. So maybe the shorten up in distance to the mile is going to be preferred for him.
And then the 6-horse Ride a Comet, who is currently 9-1. There's only one trainer in this race that has had past success in the Maker's Mark Mile, and it's Mark Casse. He won it with War of Will last year. This horse has had a string of very good races. He hit the road in that last race. He had not the best start and had a lot of ground to make up on some very good horses in the Kill Row.
I love everything about this horse today. His presence, how the bounce in his stride on track, how he behaved in the paddock, how he looks and is behaving on the track side. And Scott, he ran the best race of his life in the Grade 3 Tropical Turf. He got a 101 Beyer speed figure for that race. And off quick rest, they shipped him across country in the Grade 1 Frank Kilrow Mile. And I just think that's a lot to ask. I wouldn't be surprised if he just bounced in his last race. And today he comes back to the horse that we saw 2 starts ago.
3 minutes to post. The Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile is next here from Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 33rd running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1. They are at the post. And they're off in the Maker's Mark mile. There goes Get Smokin'. Get Smokin' right out for the lead. Some Like It Hot Brown comes away with him right there toward the outside. Flying Scotsman moving up in the opening strides. A three-way shuffle for the top spot as they head down into the first turn. Field Pass stays outward from the rail in fourth. Raging Bull hugs the rail in the fifth position. Rain sixth on the outside of that one. Hit the Road is seventh. Sacred Life is eighth. And Ride a Comet last of the nine as they exit the first turn and hit the backstretch. 22.47 seconds for the opening quarter. Some Like It Hot Brown tries to draw alongside of Get Smokin'. They're on even terms up the backstretch. Flying Scotsman joins them far outside in third, a half length separating those top three. Break of nearly 3 more lengths then back to Field Pass, who is in fourth position by 2. Raging Bull is fifth. Rain sixth on the outside, 2 more lengths back to Hit the Road. And then Sacred Life on the outside of that one, 45.65 seconds for the opening half mile. Ride a Comet last as they move on to the far turn. Get Smokin' has the lead by just a neck. Some Like It Hot Brown still there in second. Flying Scotsman has lost contact with that pair, drops through the field. Here comes Raging Bull, and here comes Field Pass. Raging Bull swings off the rail. Field Pass will try to go with that one. Rain behind them. Sacred Life is trying to move out toward the center of the course. Still 5 lengths from the lead. Ride a Comet's going to be coming late on the grandstand side. Raging Bull the leader. Final furlong, Maker's Mark mile. Ride a Comet far outside. Raging Bull has the lead. Hit the Road comes up the inside. Raging Bull is in front. Ride a Comet, Sacred Life. Raging Bull in front by 2. Ride a Comet second down to the wire. Raging Bull and Irad Ortiz Jr. to win the Maker's Mark mile. 1 minute 33.86 seconds.
A horse we've seen here so often finally comes through with this Grade 1 victory in the Maker's Mark mile. He was beaten just a neck this past summer to War of Will. Well beaten in the Breeders' Cup mile, but not being beaten here today as he exerts his dominance as we have seen from him in the past.
Well prepared by Chad Brown coming in off of the layoff, and I loved the move, the early move that Irad Ortiz Jr. did. He could sense that the pace was going to fall apart, but he wanted to get a jump on the rest of the closers, and I think that made all the difference. He's a true Grade 1 miler, and he adds another Grade 1 to his very impressive resume, Scott.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. 8, Raging Bull finished first. 6, Ride a Comet was second. 4, Sacred Life was third. The 9, Field Pass was fourth. And 2, Hit the Road fifth. 8, 6, 4, 9, 2, unofficial. Ninth race results official, 86492, the official results for Keeneland's ninth. The official winner of Keeneland's ninth and featured race, 33rd running of the Maker's Mark Mile Grade 1, number 8, Raging Bull. The winner owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, the winning jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Raging Bull, a 6-year-old son of Dark Angel out of Rosa Bonheur by Mr. Greeley. Winner bred in France by Dayton Investments Limited. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 33.86 seconds. Now the trophy presentation presenting the Maker's Mark Mile Trophy, Mr. Rob Samuels. Maker's Mark, Chief Operating Officer. He presents to the connections of Raging Bull.
In his 4th attempt at a Grade 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse, Raging Bull finally gets it in the 2021 25th running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Whit Beckman of Chad Brown Racing, Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the winning ride. This is the first time you'd ridden this horse. How were you able to get the jump on the competition like you did at the top of the stretch?
Well, he was traveling so good down the backside. I was close to the leaders. Most of the time he's pretty far, a little too far. The trainer told me try to stay in contact with the field, and he broke sharp today. So I got a advantage on that. First turn, I let him run, then I just slow him down. He relaxed so well. He was like 3-4 lengths in behind the leader. So I said, I'm great. Just going to wait. Time to go. By the third pole, I see some separation, so I go for it a little early, but he responded really well, so I just go for it. He still have something on the end.
Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you.
Whit, as I mentioned, you tried time and time again to get this Grade 1. He finally comes through. What do you think was the biggest difference in this race today?
Well, it's hard to say. Just coming back the next year, different day, different conditions. But historically, you're right. This turf course has been tough for him.
What do you expect to see from this horse the rest of his year and all the times you've been around him?
Hopefully more of the same. You know, if he can come back and continue winning Grade 1s, it'd be a good 6-year-old year for him.
Well, now a dual Grade 1 winner. Congratulations on this success.
Thank you.
Raging Bull, too good for him in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $8,843. A reminder, scratch number 8 in a dream. Scratch number 8 in a dream. 10th and final race on the way. Main track is fast.
then you go from loving them to
15 minutes away from race number 10 here at Keeneland Racecourse, the final race on this Grade 1 Friday card. And we're taking a look right now into the paddock at the number 5 horse, excuse me. That is Musical Cat for Brendan Walsh, who is getting set to step up in class. I'm going to go with the 2, though, as my top selection, Red Hot and Blue for Shug McGahee. This filly was beaten by a filly that came out of that race, live race, finished second, and would earn an 82 Beyer the next time. Encountered some traffic in the debut. You've got Rosario, gets off the rail, which is another plus for the Allen stable. And this filly was purchased for $650,000 at Keeneland September of 2019. Local works, solid. Watch out for Red Hot and Blue to take a step forward here today at odds of 3-1. Then the outside runner, Carmel Swirl, a homebred for Godolphin, daughter of Union Rags. She faced off against Malathat on her debut at Belmont Park. Malathat, Grade 1 winner of the Central Bank Ashland this past Saturday, and certainly one of the favorites for the Kentucky Oaks. She faced some other tough runners as well, and they tried her on grass last time out, and that was 2 turning at Gulfstream Park. She ran 2 turns in her previous start at Gulfstream. She's been the beaten favorite in her last 3, and obviously expectations are high here as she sits at 8-5. Blinkers come off. I like this move. For a filly that has shown speed, oftentimes you'll see them carry it a little bit further when they take blinkers off, and if they're able to still to make the lead, and I think that that'll probably be the case with this filly because they just tend to relax a little bit more. So we'll see if that gets her over the hump here today as she sits at 8-5. And then finally, the number 4 horse, Fine Cotton for the Lothenbach Stables, a daughter of Curlin, another Keeneland September sales graduate. Looking forward to seeing her once she's out of the saddling enclosure. But $450,000 is what she was purchased for as a yearling here at Keeneland. Neil Pessin, he's good with first-time starters, trust me, and her workouts lately, Gabby, at Fairgrounds have been very strong, and she's getting plenty of attention as she gets set for her debut. She's down to 5-1 right now, Fine Cotton.
And when you look at her odds on the board, she is definitely live at 5-1, considering where all the other money is going. 5-1, she's a live first-time starter here. The number 2, Red Hot and Blue, though, is where I ultimately land for trainer Shug McGahee. She found herself a little bit too far off the pace last time out, and it was an oddly run race in that Boston, the winner of the race, and the second-place finisher, Mischieful, they were so well clear from the rest of the field. It was a very strung out field, and sometimes we see that on the main track at Gulfstream Park. I just think that she needed her first race, and she definitely will improve in her second start here, especially with the added distance at 7 furlongs. But she's a lovely looking filly. It's no surprise that they paid $650,000 for her, the number 2, Red Hot and Blue. The 9 horse, in many ways, is the horse to beat. Look at how many really talented fillies she's gone against in her career already at the maiden special weight level. You know, you look at these horses and you start to think, well, is she just not having, does she not have any follow through? Well, I think she's just been beaten by better horses that have gone on to be serious quality horses. Malathat, one of them, Grade 1 winner, undefeated. Miss Brazil, a really nice graded stakes winner as well. Tabor Hall, she lost to at Gulfstream Park 2 starts back. She looks like a promising filly too. I'm just happy to see her come back to the main track because I don't really see any other horse in here that is the quality of horses like Malathat and Miss Brazil. So maybe she just found the right field today. And then the 1, Front Street, talk about quality too. She comes out of the race in which she faced Past the Champagne and another woman. Past the Champagne, she recently finished second in the Ashland, and the second place finisher, another woman, she came back to win a maiden special weight at Gulfstream Park. Now, she is starting to stack up those defeats, I will say that, but she has faced some nice fillies like Past the Champagne and even Travel Column when she was 2. So I certainly think she's a filly that could hit the board. 11-1 is not fair. She is one I think you definitely want to use if you're playing those exactas and trifectas. But a good group of 3-year-old fillies here to cap off this very exciting day. Maiden special weight is next. We're 11 minutes out from the 10th and final.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Taylor Made. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old filly, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 8. In a Dream. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $8,843. Post time in just 5 minutes.
Taking a look at the 2-horse right now, Red Hot and Blue for Shug McGahee. Get a nice warm-up under Joelle Rosario as she continues to get steady play. She's 7-2 right now, Gabby, as the second choice.
She just looks like such a classy filly, and looking at her today reminds me of what I saw in her first race. She is just a long, lanky-looking filly. She doesn't look like she would want any part of 3/4. The question is, does she want any part of 7/8? She definitely looks like a horse that would improve going 2-turn distances. But I will say one thing, 7 furlongs, I think she'll have a much easier go of it here at Keeneland than 6 furlongs at Gulfstream Park.
Owner Peter Brandt, trainer Chad Brown, and rider Irad Ortiz Jr. looking to close out the late double from the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile with Raging Bull to Modine, a daughter of Uncle Mo. $575,000 is what they purchased this filly for at Keeneland September 2019. This will be a first start here at Keeneland, and she gets Lasix here for the first time.
And I like her because she has a little bit of an attitude here this afternoon. You can see her kind of throwing her head around. She's very much on her toes, but she seems ready off of the layoff for trainer Chad Brown. I really didn't think that her races last year were fast enough to compete against this field today, but I've kind of changed my mind after looking at her in the post-parade.
Hopefully your minds are made up. You've got 3 minutes to play this final race on this Grade 1 Friday at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Tailor Made. They are at the post, and they're off. There goes Fine Cotton, Musical Cat between horses, Front Street down toward the inside. These three with early speed. Fine Cotton has the early advantage. Fine Cotton slides down next to the rail, leads the early going here by 3/4 of a length. Musical Cat goes second up on the outside. Modine toward the center of the track is third. Front Street is fourth. Caramel Swirl fifth on the extreme outside. 3 lengths from the front. Froze All Day is in behind horses in the 6th position. And then Flores up on the outside of that one from 7th. Red Hot and Blue, last of the 8th as they go to the far turn. Opening quarter, 23.36 seconds. Fine Cotton is the leader. Musical Cat is alongside. And next separate the top 2 around the far turn. Modine third on the outside. Caramel Swirl is fourth out in the center of the racetrack. Moving up now to challenge for third within 2 lengths of the lead. Front Street hugs the rail, looks for an opening down toward the inside. Then Flores comes next. Froze All Day and Red Hot and Blue. Here's Caramel Swirl, top of the stretch, swinging to the center of the track to take the lead off the far turn. And Fine Cotton tries to respond, but second. Musical Cat is in third. Modine is fourth. Front Street had to change lanes to the outside. 5th to 4th to 3rd, but 5 lengths, 6 lengths behind Caramel Swirl, who's past the 8th pole and headed for the 16th pole. And now headed for the winner's circle. Caramel Swirl in front for Junior Alvarado by a widening 8-length margin. Caramel Swirl, much the best here. Then it was Front Street up for second. Going to be close for third, Modine. Or Musical Cat for that third spot, followed across the line by Fine Cotton.
No problems today for Caramel Swirl as she was dominant for Godolphin, Belmont, and Junior Alvarado. Once she ranged up alongside these fillies, Gabby, she was gone. She had this race wrapped up at the 8th pole.
Ooh, she was a completely different racehorse today, but we mentioned she was going against top quality fillies before in the past, eventual grade 1 winners and some of her maiden special weight races, and this was a completely different class here this afternoon. She won easily in the end, multiple length winner there, and she also got bet late. She goes off as a heavy favorite, 4-5 favorite there in the last.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: 9 Caramel Swirl was first. 1 Front Street was second. 7 Modine was third. 5 Musical Cat was fourth. And 4 Fine Cotton was fifth. 91754 unofficial. And it's a riding double today for Junior Alvarado, the winner of race 10, the tailor-made number 9 Caramel Swirl. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Godolphin of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott. 2 wins today for Junior Alvarado. Caramel Swirl, a 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Caramel Snap by Smart Strike. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 22.6 seconds. Results of race 10 official. 91754, the official results of Keeneland's 10th race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5. And a carryover for tomorrow's card for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $12,888 when live racing resumes here tomorrow. First post, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. Advanced wagering is available on the rest of the simulcast card. Betting windows will be closing shortly. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, for Maker's Mark, and for TVG, for Lane's End and Coca-Cola, thank you and good evening.